Okay, I'm getting impatient. Also, I haven't changed any of my settings. So, hi everybody, we're back. We're playing more Dead Space 2. I'm gonna try and finish it today. Fingers crossed that we finish it today. First is Joe. Yes, welcome. I apparently didn't trim my beard well enough. But yes, we're gonna try and finish this today. We're already halfway done with it, so we'll see how we do. Ugh. Look, okay, I had a bunch of stuff going on. I got invited to a bunch of places. I don't remember where I'm at. I got invited to do a bunch of stuff with people, and, yes. Okay, I'm going that way. I've already remembered the controls. Oh boy. I was gonna finish Dead Space 2 before the end of October. I don't know if I'm gonna get into Dead Space 3 though. I've been told it's better in co-op, but also that it... Oh, I'm remembering this now. Like, some of the puzzles are designed for cooperative and stuff like that, and it's just better that way, but also that it's not exactly scary, and I don't know if I want to do that. Ah, nuts. Not these things again. What? Oh, okay, yes. Oh, come on, man. I turn around to get one and then 6 more show up on this side. Come on. This isn't scary. This is just, still doable on my own? Okay. Well, I'm dead. Because I turned around. Well, that works. I wanted to reload. Apparently I hit the wrong button. Nope, nope, nope. Okay. If I can get... come on, man. Get off me. Okay, there. We're good. Whew. It was, a little excessive. Now I got the hiccups. Alright, fully healed. We're good. We got money. We got ammo. Oh, a little bit of ammo. Alright. Oh, Joe, did you see the Resident Evil 4 remake announcement? Come on, man. Okay. Oh, it looks so good. It looks so good. I think Matt already pre-ordered it. Wouldn't surprise me, but it looks really, really good. Come on, man. How many of you are there? Yeah, there's a door there. That one's locked. What's the point in coming after this one then? Alright. Oh. Yeah, that... Hi. Oh, hi, Ducky. Gosh dang it. Hang on. Go to admin office. Okay, 1 second. Ba-ba-ba-ba. There it is.
Okay. This is gonna be
Which...
strange. When you're this, yep, exactly. Interesting
no you?
conversation.
Because I shouted you out, so no you.
There's also something
How you doing?
too where he's just like, oh, well, Keeper's like, oh, how's your
I know you're
memory?
stressing.
And
You
he's like,
big day
yep.
coming up. Okay. I didn't pay attention. I was super late when you've been streaming for a while, I swear.
Isaac, over here. The door is jammed.
Who are you?
This must have been the last stand for everyone
Oh, yeah,
down
that's
here.
Can you get the door open on your
Exhausted?
No.
Yeah,
Circuit's
I
fine.
bet.
They must have fused the panel trying to keep those things out.
There's gotta be another way in.
The only other
Hold on,
way
there's
is through the
dialogue going
production
on.
plant. But it's not meant for human traffic. Step boy. I think I can stop it from here, though.
All right, do it.
Yeah. I'm doing okay. Unfortunately, the Minecraft server is... I'm calling it quarantining it. There's a TPS problem going on. For whatever reason, the tick rate is just through the roof for no reason. So until Phildre and I can get that solved, nobody should be allowed on the server until we can get it sorted out. Yeah, even I was having issues. We think it might have something to do with the waystones, but yeah, I mean the server. Okay. Really? I hear the one coming up behind me, but gotta get rid of these ones first. Okay. But yeah, I mean, it's nothing like major, but we think we might have solved it already, and I don't know. It's weird. Real weird. We'll get it. Phildre's already looking into it while I'm doing this, so. I just happened to be there when someone was having an issue. Okay. Heals? Maybe? No more heals. Okay. Reload. Reload. I'll keep this one on me for now. Oh, zero grav.
I think I've hit a dead end. Looks like some kind of venting system up ahead.
Right. Manually shutting down the plant froze all the pressure valves in place. You'll need to find a way to force it open.
Okay. I have a solution. I need to get down here. I'm assuming. That's not it. Hmm. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, whoopsies. I still have that up too. Yeah, I'll leave it. It's fine. Do I ever know what I'm doing in game? Sometimes. But this one I'm not so sure. How do I reorient myself? Is it... Okay. I honestly have no idea right now, so... And I'm wasting ammo. I don't... Okay, I'm supposed to go through there. But... It says to attach things like thrusters. But when I do it, it doesn't stick. And it's showing blue there, which means it's got to be the right place. Oh god!
Ellie, I know the hatch valve is sealed shut. I can't get through.
There should be thrusters stored in there somewhere. The ones with the red tips. Use one to force the door open.
All right, I'll look for them.
Use one to force it open. That's what I did. It goes here. I'm gonna throw a temper tantrum. Hang on. It says it's going to connect it to it. That doesn't make any sense. Like... I don't know. And I can't kinesis it, so I can't move it. No. Today is small brain day. I tried playing Overwatch 2 today and I got a bunch of sweats that didn't know what they were doing. Throw it. Didn't do anything. I don't know what to do anymore at this point. Want to get this done today on it though, so. Can we, like, give a proper hint as to what to do, game, please? Come on. There we go. All right, Isaac, you're the engineer. Are you serious? Okay. I got it.
There you are. I see your friend has powered off the facility. Remind me to thank her for providing me with your location.
Well done.
I've locked the processing cycle on, and you in with it. It ends here, Clark.
It doesn't have to be this way, Titan.
It does. And it is. Goodbye, Clark.
Okay. All right, there we go. I can't slow, apparently. Oh wait, that's right.
Ellie, can't you shut these things off?
No, somehow Hyman declared me dead in the
Ow.
system. Now my codes don't work anymore. Oh shit, something's coming. Straff, help me with the door.
I need you to leave them. I need you to follow the steps.
What? No.
Oh,
just
God.
Shut up and help me. God damn it.
Okay, reload. I need more. Ah. Okay. Ah, my eye. Come on, man. Something's in my eye. I don't quite like that too much. Okay, well, it's not there. Am I stuck? No, I'm not stuck. Okay, I came down here. Aha. I was pressing the wrong button, think I was pressing the right one. Of course, one of those hits me. Alright, there we go. This need for ammo is starting to turn into a problem here. Okay. No available way around this one. I don't... This section is dumb. I don't like it. I'm gonna start complaining about it now. You mean I can't just shoot it at it? You would think by, like, throwing it at it, it would attach. What just happened? Oh. Okay. Okay, there. Okay, so it's this one. Oh God, okay, that's what was going on. Yeah, I don't have any health, so one shot's gonna kill me. Okay, great. Love it. Love it. Okay. Reload. Alt up. God, oh God, oh God. Back up. Okay. Ruby semiconductor. Okay. Now that I get this dumb mechanic. Also, I played Vermintide for the first time yesterday, and it was a fucking hoot. I loved it. It was fantastic.
You guys okay?
Not really. Step 3, Ellie. Jump through the door. No.
I think I'm close.
Okay, we're almost there. Now that the dumb section's over, I don't like the zero gravity stuff for some reason. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just me, but I don't care for it. Just to make sure. Yes, it's just me, or yes, those sections are bad. I don't care either way, but like, I'm curious.
God, Isaac. Glad to see you've got all your parts.
You alright?
Take it as you will. Okay, that's fair.
4 steps.
No thanks to Twitchy here.
1, 2, 3, 4. Step 4. Should be waiting.
Jesus, Strauss. You okay?
It's getting worse.
What is step 4? Who will be waiting?
If the screws. If the needle. She'll be waiting.
He's not gonna make it. We gotta keep moving.
There's an industrial transport upstairs. Runs on the same spoke as the commuter train. It should get us to government sector. One of us will have to deploy it from the gear house.
Staring. Asking.
It could also be like it's been a week or two since I've actually gotten back around to this, so maybe I'm just rusty. For those of you watching like the VODs on YouTube or whatever, it's been a couple days. Maybe the same day. I don't know. Funky! How you doing? How you doing? Oh god. You just missed my like minute and a half rant and complaint about a zero graph section. I'm doing okay. It's been a weird day, but it's okay. Open the door. Thank you. Okay. Chapter 9. Okay, great. No more zero grav sections, game. They're bad. And you should feel bad. Okay. Game's kind of loud. Pull that one around the corner. Oh yeah, okay, it's not one of the ones I thought. Oh, okay. Oh, alright. Little pew pew of monsters always brings my day up. I would hope so. Sometimes, I don't know. Like I said, you need to die. Not that. Just today, like I said, today's been weird. A lot of problems on the Minecraft server. Day 2. That one. Or the one that it's like the spider that just won't die. I'm gonna fix some real quick. Ooh. Because like it's kind of pointless. That's up at the moment. Dashboard. There we go. Timers. Turn that off. Okay. Okay. All right. Everything's good now. No. No, no splody babies. Please, no splody babies. No. No, no splody babies. Okay, we're good. No ammo. Okay. Well, I tried. I'm gonna run out of ammo here soon. Give me ammo. Thank you. Yeah. Oh yeah. The first half of this, we ran into the daycare space, and I see you. I threw a chair at you. Excuse me? Okay. We went to, yeah, except aliens. Killer aliens are scary. Yeah. Alright, let's try that again. Now 16% less distractions. I'm already distracted. No. Dang it. Why? Why? Where did you all come from? They all just showed up out of nowhere. Ugh. Okay. Let's try again. Okay, there we go. Oi. Oi, yay, yay. Alright, we're good. Fine. Pardon me while I search for ammo. Carmen, hello! Everybody's here today. Wow. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure. I didn't make you do shit. I don't even know who you are, lady. I do, but I don't want to admit that. Floaty babies. Ugly little creatures. I'm just gonna wait till they all come crawling down. That did it. Okay. Bad babies. See, I want to play the Resident Evil 4 remake. That's my want. And it comes out 2 months after the remake of this. The big complaint I've heard about this, or the remake of the first game, was there's a lot of performance issues that need fixed, even in the demo. Okay. All right. Okay. Oh, we can buy large med packs now. Of course, the battery in my mouse is... What do you mean, not enough credits? They still do have time to fix it. I mean, they've got until January. No, that's not what I wanted. It's gonna be awful if I have to switch from mouse and keyboard over to controller just immediately like that. Especially in a bad situation. What are you? No, 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 no. You need to fall apart right now. Hogwarts Legacy. Is that next year? See, I've got way too many games that are got coming up like within the next 6 months. Also wasn't a huge Harry Potter fan, if I'm being honest. Personally, too hard for me to follow. Oh my god. Did it drop anything? It didn't drop anything. Huh. I mean, I didn't read it. Granted, I grew up in a household that said it was bad. But, you know. Because I just never really watched the movies either. So. Not really my thing. Ah! Can we not just burn? I knew as soon as I shot that I was gonna regret it. See, I saw the stuff about the Harry Potter legacies, or Hogwarts Legacy, sorry. And my first thought was, but can I do dark magics? And then they announced that, and I'm like, okay, well, you kind of have my attention. I'll wait. Of course. Of course, it blows up. Broke the glass. Great. Okay. So this game relies solely on the fact that you have stasis. That's literally what it is. When in doubt, add stasis. Dude, come on. Where are you coming from? Gotham Knights? Yeah, they do have to fix some stuff in that too. I also saw that it kind of, the menus kind of sort of look like a pay-to-win mobile game. Like a pay-to-win gotcha game. I saw that. I was like, huh. Okay, well, I didn't want to do that. Boy, Isaac just ripping through those different dimensions, hoping that one day he'll find one that he doesn't die in. Gotta call Doctor Strange for that. So I gotta freeze that one, turn around, freeze the other one, and then kill this guy. I still wasn't fast enough. Come on, man. What do you want from me? Ah! I've stared at this elevator the last 15 minutes. God. Okay. Any Morias in here? Throw hands? What's going on? Make up your mind, game. My demons are coming back to haunt me. You dead? Yeah, okay. I ran right past that and didn't think anything of it before doing so. I am literally one hit from dying. If I'm not mistaken, can I just... I can't. Up and over. Audio log. Okay. Don't think, just move. Feel that. Okay. Well, 1 HP in a dream, I guess. 1 HP wonder. Why did it stop? Oh, that's awful. Oh my God. Why did I agree to play this again? Like, at this point in time, because I don't have hardly any money, I don't have any ammo. Because of that, I'm not having fun. Now, once I clear this space... Once I clear this space and I get some ammo and stuff, I'll be fine. I don't know where that other one came from. Okay, health. Stasis. Okay, well, we'll turn on the thing. Check gearbox.
Okay, Ellie, I found the transport, but there's a problem with the release mechanism.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll let you know when it's fixed.
I don't see the problem here. Haha, joke's on you, game. Oh, that one's over here. Okay. There, fixed it. How long's that thing been crawling around here? Okay, hang on. Because we got some stuff we gotta do now. Okay. Alright, call the tram. How much you want to bet I have to defend myself? Aha! No, come on. Why did the stasis go through him? It just, I don't know.
We'll be right there. Stross, come on. Come on.
No. No.
Wonderful.
Wonderful. Nat, thank you for the biddies. Also, hello. Hello. I have to do a thing now. Yes. I hit
Oh, I
the...
thought that was A. Was an E.
Okay.
Fred.
Fred.
Alright.
I mean, with a song like that, it pretty much is, though. for being
Thank you
honest
for
with
the fix.
Objection.
Oh no.
I got Phoenix Rising.
Nice.
Jesus,
Very
bollock.
nice.
Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. Controller picked up right away. Slept like 15 hours today. It's no good. I mean, sleep is important, but...
Through the hole in his head. Listen to me.
Relax. Relax.
Isaac, we have to get out of here.
Right. Let's go.
Nat, don't try. I meant to message you. Don't try and get on the server right now. Don't do it. There's some things going on that we gotta get fixed. A lot of technical issues.
It can't be. That's the Ishimura.
Yeah. Used to be the pride of the CEC. It's a sad story, actually. I heard everybody on board died. Some sort of terrorist attack.
Oh.
Terrorist attack? What happened aboard that ship was no terrorist attack.
Oh shit.
What do you mean?
That's where all this started, Ellie. Everything that's happening here happened on that ship. I saw it. I was on board when it happened. What's happening?
I don't know.
Okay, that's good.
Something must be blocking the track.
Stay here. I'll take a look.
Okay. Nat didn't break the server. Oh god. That was weird. Game, calm down. I'm just stomping on boxes. Okay, gotta figure out. There we go. That's how I reload. I just swapped my controller because my... God. Game skipping. Okay. I had a feeling I'd have to play hide and seek again. I didn't think that was going to be into those. We'll wait. This is one of the baby beasts that got me. That's true. That's true. Here he comes. Okay. I see you. The darn shame you didn't see the gun in my hands. Oh, that's not scary. That's just weird. Creepy babies. Okay. Are there still some here? Oh, there are.
Oh yeah, it's all coming together.
How did you get me with that? One more. I'm still trying to figure out how you got me with that. That spooked me. I got scared of Kronk. Any sound would have worked? Yeah, probably. Oh, okay, you snuck up behind me is what happened. Ah. I almost had that room cleared. You do all the time, Ducky. What are you talking about? Okay, back to mouse and keyboard. My mouse is charged for a little bit. I want to talk about that one, Nat. I'm just speaking truth. Okay. I know they're creeping over. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Grab that. Reload. Yeah. Reload. Hydrate. Oh, shit. Hang on. Okay. I need to grab more water from downstairs. Hey, you know what? Sleep's great. I learned that apparently too much sleep is bad for you, but I think that's false. I think it's fake news. That one sounded really close. Just take that right quick. Take that explosion, get that out of here. Can't reload, so I'll reload this one. Myth. Hi, Skysha. Hi, Myth. How's the art coming along? No. Don't do it. Okay. I'm playing this game to completion, which will probably be like an 8-hour thing. Like, if anything has proven from the last few. And then I'm probably gonna go to bed. I'm done with Overwatch for today. Look, I know you're there. Just come charging after me, please. No, okay. No, 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 no. Okay. Come charging over the top to try and get me. The other one's right there. Angry Burbs. Yes. He's back there. I know he is. I saw him. Unless that's him. Oh, I think that was it. Oh, wonderful. Excuse me while I, Oh, I don't have enough ammo for that. Okay. Okay, sir. You have been, let go. That wasn't the right one. That's the one I wanted. Reload, please. Okay. Catch up. Okay, hang on. We gotta catch up on everything, because we got 2 more shoutouts we gotta do. Which is Myth and Skysha. Myth was playing Overwatch. Oh, that's right. You don't have any new clips because you got rid of your old ones. And Skysha.
Okay, I'm gonna put the sensor at the entrance for now.
I found more bitch.
Didn't I turn this on? Why didn't you work? There we go. I saw like this weird ass humanoid figure just like walking sideways.
I know I'm just bored.
Sashay. Oh my god.
Sashay. Oh man. Okay. All right. Elevator time. Oi. Oh, that's a lovely thing to see when I step out of the elevator. There's so many of these things. Just gotta... Had to make sure. Alright. Reload, please. And here's a store. Let's go ahead and sell some stuff and see what happens. Oh, great. Flame fuel. Yeah, that thing I don't use. Okay. So, that means we can buy... four of those. Okay. That should hold us over for now. Yeah, that'll hold us over for at least one clip of this. I just chat to make all my clips. And usually they're on point.
Ellie, there's a giant tentacle blocking the transport door. It's wrapped around a big tank.
A big tank? Nitrogen trichloride. Those explode if they overheat.
Perfect.
Okay. Give me another one. Give me another one. Thank you. Boom, bitch.
That worked. We're moving again.
Okay.
We'll wait for you up ahead.
All right, I see you. I'll meet you there.
This is... Everything is awful.
Get ready. One more.
What? Are you crazy? That one in the middle. If you set that off, it will incinerate everything in here.
Yes, it will. Tell Strauss to hold on. Here we go.
Oh, I'm out of stasis stuff. Okay. Woo! I'm just gonna... scoot on over this way. Yeah, I didn't think so. Anyway. Moving on.
Look out! There's more coming from holes in the walls.
Not for long. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Da-da-da-da-da. Ow. Oh. Okay. I thought he was further away than he was. Oh, man. He did. He did. I wonder if I can hit... I'm gonna test something. I'm curious. Okay, I can't hit it from here.
Tentacle blocking the transport door. It's wrapped around a big tank.
Big tank. Nitrogen trichloride. Those explode if they overheat.
A myth. No, I might be able to hit that from here. Can I? Is there a wall there? There's a wall there. Fun fact, guys, invisible walls exist in this world. It's crazy. It's almost like they don't want you cheesing the mission. I'll wait because I can get a free one from here.
Worked. We're moving again. We'll wait for you up ahead.
All right, I see you. I'll meet you there.
Put that there. Will it give me another one? No, okay, that one has to explode first. Oh, what? Oh, I missed. Both times. Come on, give it, give. Come on. Thank you. Are you serious? I missed? Okay. I wish there was a way to look back. And one more. Come on, open up. Boom. I'm working on it. It's fine. It's fine. We're fine. Everything is okay. I don't see why you're screaming. I've yet to see the problem here. I made it, didn't I? These are really bright.
In another situation, I might admire your persistence, Mr. Clark.
Hello there.
But this is
Hello there.
and the lives of everyone on this station.
Sir, final preparations for attack are wrapping up.
Looks like it ends here. At this point, it's all just dead weight.
Isaac, what did he mean? What did he mean when he said dead weight?
He's using the
Me.
solar beam. We gotta stop the transport now.
He's cut the station in half. There's no track to get across on.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
Back us up to the station.
What? Why?
Just do it, Ellie. Hurry. The Ishimura. If the gravity tethers are still functional, I can.
You can snag GovSec and drag it back? Isaac, this is ridiculous.
If I can line the tracks up just for a few seconds, you should be able to get the transport across. Stay ready. And take care of Strauss.
Isaac, no! This is a really bad idea.
I'll stick around. I'm full of bad ideas.
Me too. Me too. Yeah. I mean, I understand the girl's skepticism. Skepticism? There we go. Skepticism. But I don't even want to go into the Ishimura, but I'm gonna do it. Because it means saving people. Right. More like Ikimura. Yeah, for real. Excuse me. Okay. We're out of the red. Or at least in the yellow. I will take that. Chapter 10.
Ellie, I'm in. There should still be a computer in the flight lounge. I can check the ship's status from there.
Are you okay? You sound a little nervous.
Last time I was here, things didn't go so well.
Oh boy.
Contact you soon.
I didn't think we'd be coming back here. That makes me more uncomfortable than anything. I'm kind of with Isaac on this one. I love that everything's covered in like biohazard symbols. Is it here? No. Okay.
Gravity and life support on reserve power. Primary systems offline. Main centrifuge offline for repairs.
Damn it. That's what I thought.
What?
The gravity centrifuge is under repair. I'm gonna have to go down to engineering.
You mean the one that I blew up and turned off?
I don't know how it could be. I'll let you know.
Ooh. It literally feels like just yesterday we were here. Not trying to bury anything, but yeah, that seems about right. It's enough to unnerve anybody here. God damn it. I hit this space button by accident because I relaxed my thumb. Oh, God. Did I get any more upgrade nodes? I don't think so. I have 3. Okay. Okay. Hey. Now, can the rifle hold 100 ammo in one? It can. We're in triple digits now. And it does more damage, so. I've gone through the whole game without buying other guns. I bought these two. I bought my Ripper Blade, essentially, and ended up not liking it as much as the first game. Oh. Ooh, I don't like this. Oh, this is awful. I know it's a little late, but flash warnings. Okay. Ooh. I can't tell you how bad my skin is crawling because of this place. The first game did such a wonderful job at all of this. 2, returning to it with the way 2 is, nerves me a lot. So many flashing lights. Please tell me there's just nothing here. And I'm just psyching myself out. That would be great. I haven't seen a single one yet. Ooh. Makes me wonder. One could only hope. Just give me your arm. No sense in fighting me. I have... Okay. I need more ammo. Am I gonna get stopped by another one? Yes, I am. While it's struggling to get up. While you were away. Oh. Ah, god damn it. Nope. God. I was doing fine. And then they were like, so we're going to throw 1,800 of them at you all at the same time. Good luck. Okay. Of course, because I hit them once, they all spawn out anyway. That's great. I love that. And I'm out of ammo. Oh boy. Okay. The stasis chamber. Or stasis recharge. Okay. And one more. There it is. Alright, configured to move. There was a thing up here. I saw it throwing stuff around.
It isn't safe, but I'm on my way to the centrifuge.
Just be careful.
I'll call you when it's online.
Alright. Oh, this is where one of the... Okay, that's what this is. I was trying to figure out what that room was, because I'm like, that doesn't look familiar. It's one of the tram passageways. It's one of those good enough scenarios. Okay.
The engineering deck has not completed final cleanup and decontamination.
been 3 years. How have they not completed it yet? Okay. I think I got a diamond board. I did. Okay. Not right now. Okay. Should be fine for now. Okay, so where... You gotta go this way. I remember, yeah. Okay, yeah.
Dr. Heidi Latchford, research summary organic material analysis. There are several shocking findings relating to the sludge-like material found throughout the Ishimura. First, it is human DNA. Second, and far more disturbing, it reanimates in the presence of a marker signal. The only
That's...
conclusion we can come to is that the entire Ishimura crew was infected and reconstructed and then fell into a soupy DNA sludge when the Aegis 7 marker was destroyed.
Ooh. Ooh. That's actually kind of gross. I didn't think about that before. The fact that that happened is actually pretty gross. And I was here during all of that. Okay. Upgrades. Oh, I meant to put that down there. Okay. 2 more and we'll be fine with that. We're doing okay, honestly. This thing's pretty solid. So I can have 20 ammo on its own.
Decontamination initializing.
Well, this feels familiar. That... I was ready for something bad to happen there. That's suspicious. Oh, okay, you're behind me. Cool. Great to know. Dude. Okay, quit. I'm trying to do things. The guys are making my life complicated. Yeah. Okay, we're good. It's like watching the body to make sure that there was no creepy crawlies that come out of it. Oh. Oh my god, what? Okay. That... I was cornered. They're apparently intelligent. What the hell? Jesus Christ. Got like 18 notifications on my phone. Why is it that everything waits until I'm streaming or I'm recording and then all of a sudden it's like imperative that people talk to me or things go off? Okay. Jesus Christ, guys, calm down. I literally just walked in here. Calm down. Oh my gosh. Yeah, see, this is really well done. Oh, it's zero grav, isn't it? Yup. All right, this is the centrifuge. Okay. Oops. Wrong thing. There you are. There's the money that was in the other one. Got it. All right, so what are we doing here? Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Where's the other ones at? That goes here. Okay. For the flashy red lights. That's an O2 meter, so I'll remember that. Okay, so grab this and write myself. Where are these? Oh, there's one. Come on, grab. Thank you. Okay, that one goes there. And yeah. There be the last one. Okay. Ow. Did I have to press a button or something, I think, last time? Yeah, there it is. And then... Okay, gravity centrifuge. It's active now. What now? Okay, I'm gonna save. Chapter are we on? Are we on chapter 10 still? Or are we on chapter 11? Okay, we're still on chapter 10. Got it. Okay. Alright, that's fine. Of course. Oh, okay. Bad memories. Yep.
Ellie, I've got the centrifuge online. I'm heading back towards the tram station.
Okay. I've almost got us disconnected from the mag rail. Keep me posted.
Okay, we'll do. Anyway, so I reloaded.
Decontamination initializing.
So I'm experiencing, honestly, I'm experiencing the same trauma that he is, because I know for a fact that he's probably thinking about how the last time he walked through here, that there was things attacking. No. Okay, these are fine. Hang on. I'll have to answer that in a second. Oh, God. Okay, I might have to ask you a question about pack. I've gathered up a ton of spawners and I want to set up a grinder for them. I don't know right now on the server if that would be a good idea, but like... Oh, God. Since we're already trying to figure out an issue with lag. But we'll see. We've done all the testing we really can. Oh, I'm not on the server. Yeah, that's right. You're not on the server today. Not sure what you're asking about that for the spawn or grinder.
Isaac, Strauss is starting to worry me. Listen.
I would never. I would never. But son, Daddy's not a murderer. I would
Strauss,
never hurt
he's not real.
Yes, he is. You can't see him because you haven't taken the steps, Josh.
You want me put down the screwdriver.
Step 3.
Your grinder, or is it only vanilla stuff? I mean, the only grinder I can think of would be, for the pack, would be create grindstones. You can set up a grind churning thing, and it'll drop all their resources down below. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of. You might have to reach out for Faildre for the rest of that, because it is her pack. Okay. Ooh. An experienced grinder, but you can chew them up. I'm not sure. At that point, I don't know. I'm not familiar with all of the mods that are in that pack. Wait a minute. Okay. Train station's back this way. Yeah, the only thing I could think of would be create stuff for resources, not for experience. No worries. I watched you spawn in, sir. I really don't have any time to breathe, do I? Okay. Okay, real quick, since he's here.
Isaac. Damn it, that hurts. The bastard bit me.
What? Ah, shit. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm
Oh no.
But he stopped talking. He won't look at me. How's it going at your end?
Because you responded? Everybody go check out Glarival. Real cool guy. Real cool guy.
They're swarming in through a hole in the medical deck. At least you won't have to go through there.
Unexpected obstruction ahead. Shutting down. Welcome to the medical deck.
Perfect timing.
Okay.
Oh, that's Dauntless. Okay. No, 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 no. Okay. Done some Dauntless in the past. I've heard it's an okay game if you haven't played Monster Hunter first. Ooh. I like the blue ambiance to it. Like Dauntless a little more? Oh. I played Dauntless back when it was in, like, I managed to get into the beta, but I did that. I don't know. Maybe it's just, I don't know. I guess it's preference, honestly, at that point. Ooh. I remember this room. Does everyone else remember this room? Because I do. I remember this room well. What's with all the blue goop? How did that kill me? Am I really that low on health? Perhaps I should check before I actually ask. Oh boy. Maybe I'll have to give Dauntless another try. Okay, reload. Is that it? Is that all she wrote? Is that all she wrote? God! There goes 25 ammo. I want to know what all this is. This is all kind of neat looking. Okay, and... Oh, there it is. There it is. You're actually a bitch. Shoot me from the other side of the room. I can do that too, see? Just watched a hand roll away. Okay. I feel like this is a trap. Just how convenient.
I wish I could talk to you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about everything.
I don't like the light.
I wish I could just talk to someone. It's all falling apart here. I can't believe what's happening.
We're not going that way. That hurt my eyes a little bit. God, I love this blue light. All right. Oh yeah, this is definitely why? See, because now I'm sitting here wondering, oh god. Hey little dude. Kind of gross. Anyway. Why did they choose to bring us back here is the question. I mean, I can kind of understand, but... God. Okay, there we go. Okay, can't pull it any farther. Okay, get another power node. Alright. I didn't mean to let that loose. Come on, where are you all coming from? I ran out of ammo. Nope, I ran out of ammo. Oh no, I came from that way. Okay. Bring it over. Okay. Yep. Okay, break that. Grab that ammo. Okay. Recharge stasis. Recharge health. Okay. I let that happen, apparently. Let that happen, too. Ah, 3 hits and I'm dead? What? That's a little, that hurty. A lot. Why'd that hurt, though? Why does that hurt so much? Okay, no ammo that time. Okay. I don't feel like that was necessary, sir. Alright. Heal. 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 Alright, let's check in here real quick. Okay. Grab the power node, grab the ammo, double check everything around here. Nothing left. Reload. And we're off. Fell asleep again. Oh, hi. You came from behind me this time. It's okay, you missed me. You only missed me die like about 15 times, so. He might be dead again. Might be. Might be. Man, what is... At this point, I don't even feel like it's a difficulty scale. I feel like they're just throwing things at me. I kind of feel like they're just throwing things at me and going, good luck. Random is harder. Hardester. Okay. Okay. Dude, okay. Don't. That's just rude. At this point, that's just rude. Okay. Reload. We're 51 and... I just run. They can't stop me. And I saved all that ammo. As long as I don't have to go back out that way. This thing is dark, man. Really playing on Isaac's insecurity of never getting to see Nicole. Right then. I don't know if they can get through doors or not. Okay. Oops. Didn't mean to go back that far. Yeah. If I have to go back that way, I'm in so much trouble. Okay. Alright, yeah. It's that way. You need to make sure it wasn't any of the other doors in case there was one that was unlocked. What are we doing? It's behind door number 1. Oh, Jesus. That's just mean at that point. Okay, we're good. I'm kind of at a conclusion of if I can avoid enemies, I will. To save me time and ammo. I love that all the stores are offline down through here. Glad I restocked when I did. Yeah, I'm just letting you know where I'm at. Figured it'd be convenient for you and for me since I don't have to hunt you down. Trying to slow you down. Dude, okay. Come on. Oh, I didn't mean to shoot that. Yeah. All right. Let's try this again. Yeah, you're gonna die for that. I think there's 3 of them in here. Okay. Still one more. Yep. Still looking for that last bird. Last runner. He's somewhere. There he is. There we go. All right, we got them all. All right. So what do we got over here? Oh, that's right. He dropped that. Okay. I feel like the safest place to trap myself. Oop.
All right. The centrifuge looks spooled to full power from here.
Great. Let's hope this works. It'll be tight. You ready?
All set. I'll wait for your signal.
Oh, that was my shoes. Okay. I thought something was beating on the capsule in there. I'm like, is that another vision thing? Okay. Okay.
Now get back here. The tracks are moving.
No, just go. I'll use one of the escape pods to meet you there. Now go.
Let me out. Let me out. Time to go. Time to go. Yes.
Ejections
I think I can still avoid it. I just gotta keep moving. If I keep moving, nothing can stop me. Right?
Isaac, we crossed the track, but we're coming in hot. I just need you to see what I see, Ellie. I promise it won't hurt. Just put down the screwdriver.
Jesus. Proximity alert. Fuck. Bracing for impact.
You're right, Isaac. The Ishimar is a great ship. I am so lucky to be serving aboard her.
Hmm.
We stick with it. We stick with it.
Hmm. Seems about right. I'm gonna be honest with you, I saw that one coming. I was just like, yeah, everything with her just seems to be...
It's gonna be okay. I promise. This won't hurt a bit. Cross my heart and hope to die. Stick a needle in your eye.
Oh. Okay. All right. This is interesting. So we already knew Strauss was going crazy, but Strauss is like borderline. Well, I mean, he's already off the edge. He's already off the edge. We haven't really needed any more air. I haven't found any use for it. But the duration of our stasis could probably be better. Okay. There's ammo in there. There's one more of you. I know you. I know there is. I saw you. Killed your buddies. Maybe there isn't another one of you. Maybe I'm seeing things, man. Maybe I'm the one that's crazy. Aha! There's 3 more of them. And a baby. Two babies. Tactical. Calculated. The hell? How was that hand moving on its own? Okay, hang on just a second. Okay, sorry. I'm back. I'm gonna take one of these with me. Feel like it could be useful.
Why did you do it, Strauss? I can't face it. I thought Ellie could. I had to make her see step 3. What can't
Step 3.
What's the last step? Her. It's what they were afraid of, that I face her and destroy the marker. But it's too much. You have to help. You need to see step 3. Strauss!
This man is definitely way over the edge. Okay, there's the door. That's the door I wanted. Alright. So if we keep pushing like we have been... Oh. On the wall. Didn't even see it. Okay. Grab this. Alright, if we rush through this, we can get this done. I feel like we can get this done pretty quickly. How much money do we have? 38. Oh, man. I'm making a sacrificial decision here. All right. I'm sacrificing life for armor because I feel like this is important. Vintage armor. Yes. Yes. Yeah. I don't have enough for anything else. But we will save. We're also on survivalist, which I have to keep reminding myself of that. It's not standard mode. It's like mid difficulty. Or mid difficult. Just above normal. Below hard. Alright. Well, that's taken care of. And I don't know what that is. Oh, it's a rock. I got a rock. Right. Okay, that's all buggy. Can't go this way. Where the fuck did you come from? Oh, you're right there. Over here trying to see where he shot me from. He's in the darkness. Oh, am I supposed to go down? Okay. Woo! You missed, bitch. Ah! There's a spitter behind me and everything else in front of me. Okay, dude, chill. Okay. All right. Ugh. Ugh. Alright, what do we have over here? I am bound and determined to find everything. Okay. Alright, so this here is the problem. Or rather, it would be the problem. Because it's busted. Now we gotta find one that's not busted. Don't forfeit me. Don't forfeit me. God. Alright. Am I... Oh, I was gonna say, am I out of ammo for that gun? I am. Alright, moving on. Now that we've unlocked the door, we can move on. So... Attention shoppers. Attention all Walmart shoppers. We'll be closing the building in 15 minutes. Please collect your things, head to the checkout, and leave. Much appreciated. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's fair. You know what? That's fair. Jesus. Okay. Well. Alright then.
Ellie lied. She won't help, but you realize it. You'll see her after step 3.
Isaac, he's run off. Deeper into the mines.
I've got problems on this end too. Get somewhere safe.
I'll try.
Okay, that's done. Grab some oxygen, we can keep moving. I don't even know what I'm supposed to be doing. Okay, so we need you over here, I'm assuming. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing out here. Okay. Oh, okay. No, I get it. All right. I'm supposed to be moving all of those out of the way. Okay, oxygen recharge. All right. Boy, you're coming with me. I need to move these out of the way so I can get into that door. Okay. I get it. All right. Z, Alt, open. Oh, God. You know what? There we go. I mean, I did it, so I can't complain. All right, oxygen's back.
Ellie, I'm back inside. Where are you? Where's Strauss?
I'm safe for now, but he's lost it. I think he's coming for you. I found something you're gonna want to see. Here's my location. Hurry and get here. I'm not in any shape to be fighting.
I'll get there as soon as I can. Stay safe.
Skin's crawling. Wow, that felt really ominous. Okay, the rest of them are down below. Oh, God. All right. Enough playing around. There we go. Oh. A power node. Come on, dude. All right, there.
Attention shift workers. Your work practices are being monitored at all times. Please show pride in your work.
Another advanced suit? Oh. Okay. This game is getting real good at creeping me out. Thankfully, I have healing stuff. I don't know how much I have left, but I definitely had some healing. God damn it, bruh. Wait. Oh, shit. I was like listening to everything going on and I was trying to figure out what was going on. Oh, God. Oh, am I dead? Wait, am I dead? Did I fail that? I did. Oh, gosh. Okay. I thought that was scripted. I wasn't mashing E fast enough to begin with, and that was my bad, because I was enthralled in what was going on. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It looked like one of the cutscenes from the game. When in fact it was just me failing. Miserably. Okay, so I have to get 2 and then I have to start mashing E. It's right there. It's not coming through, but you should hear how, like, how fast the clicking of my keyboard is going. Oh. If I stomped on his body, would I get ammo? Maybe it's a little too soon. That was something. So I'm supposed to head back up, right? No. Oh, through that door. Wait. Okay. Isn't this door I just came through? Isn't this the door I just came through? No, it's not. Okay, never mind. Be ready. It's not Nicole. I mean, it literally... Oh, God. Okay. What? That was kind of cheap. That was a little cheap. I come back to my senses and I just... die because of a monster that's right there that didn't show up a moment ago. Wait a minute. What are you playing at, game? I know how this shit works. I didn't get any health, but I already had some of that. I got plenty of that. Oh boy, entering fart gas zone. Cheats so Shadow dies. Honestly, I'd believe it. He's cheating. Okay, grab the ammo from him. My God. Guys, chill out. Can we don't do this? Please? It's crazy the game's almost... I ran out of ammo. It's almost like the game doesn't want me to have any. For both of them, if I can. I got 6 shots to my name. 6. Oh shit, again?
Because you are my everything. And if I let you go, I've got nothing left.
Step 4. Acceptance.
What the fuck? Yuna, hello! Hello, my friend. How are you? We're getting very angry. Advanced suit. I'm not buying another one. You can forget it. Well, that wasn't worth much. Yes, we're getting very angry. Well, I say we, I mean me. I think I'm still salty from Overwatch. I think that's what it really is. It really just boils down to me being angry at something. Some health issues. Sorry. That's okay. Your health is far more important than anybody's streams. It's just a video game. It's just a stream. Whoop, 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 whoop. Okay. This thing needs to do more damage. More damage. Of course. No, I never expect... Thank you! Thank you for the resub. Just a video game flips table after death. Yeah, like, I get that I'm getting angry, but like... people, your own health is far more important to me than someone being here to watch me play a video game. If you are having health issues or anything else like that, if you are just not feeling good, I do not expect you to be here. I expect you to be taking care of yourself. Because that is far more important. I just recognize that I have health issues. I have very, I say health issues. I have anger issues. Discovering. I have a lot of these.
Well, I'm not sorry about that. So what happens now?
I have anger issues.
Destroy the marker.
Go in bed watching something to keep me entertained. I mean, that's fair. If that's what you do, then go for it. But, you know, if you can't, then I don't expect you to be here.
I know what I have to do. Well,
Now, Kith.
good luck finally. Why don't you get up to the cab to try to get it started? I'll look for the other power cell.
Can we comment that she has, like, no health left?
Alright. See what I can do from up here.
Is this a new love interest? I have no idea. She's the lady that we met last time that took Crazy Man with her. Crazy Man stabbed her eye. Took it out. She told us we owe her an eye. And here we are. Da 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 da. Also, Crazy Man is dead. Bam!
Hey, what did you do? I just lost the control holograms.
Yeah, the circuit junction just shorted out. I'll have to find another one.
Well, it's standard. There should be another one around here somewhere.
I'll look. Any luck up there?
Well, no, not now.
Right.
Not now. And we gotta go this way. Weapons. You. Gift. Ooh, a diamond semiconductor. Okay. That's just $25,000. 25,000K. Whatever. I don't know. I can't count anymore. 25,000K. That'd be a lot of money. I'm gonna lurk here. Okay. You do you. $25,000. Have fun. I am going to try. We're going. Oh, we're going over, not down. Okay. Hiya, friend. Yeah, I see you. Yeah, get out of my face. You know, there's this thing called personal space. I'll give it the good old college try. I didn't go to college. They picked me especially to be an engineer for whatever reason. Have fun dying? Yes, yes, yes. See, you know. You know. Okay, circuit board.
Great. I think I've hot-wired the system to bypass the nav cards. Thank God.
Yep, she working. Oi! You know, you guys can just not have to deal with this. You know that, right? You just exist elsewhere. Maybe not in my general vicinity. Yeah, it's just the crazy things. I know it sounds crazy, but you know, he didn't want to die.
It doesn't recognize the new junction.
I think I've got it from up here.
Just rewired from down here.
What? I didn't hear you.
Nothing. Nothing.
Isaac's just so done with her shit.
I did it. I got it started.
Uh-huh.
You know, there's a lift on the other side. I'll turn around. You can get on.
Isaac's so done. Oh God, kids. You know, if you guys keep coming out of here, I'm just gonna keep shooting you. I don't think they figured out how not to do that yet. God, dude, where are y'all coming from? Anyway. Oh, I was supposed to... I thought I was supposed to be up here. That just ruins my whole day. Oh, they freaky. You progressing the game now? I mean, I made it halfway last time. I think I'm on chapter 12 out of 15. Or 11. I can't remember which chapter I'm on. I'm close. I mean, they're dying everywhere, too. Can you stop vomiting, sir? If you get car sick, you need to leave. Yeah. No, I haven't played this game prior. I have 100% been walking in blind to every single one of these games. Just gonna... Too many. Can... Just drive, please. I don't want to think about that. Ba 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 ba. Ba da 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 da. Okay, that's fine. Da 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 da. Wait, what was epic and amazing? I This weapon is so strong. I love it. So much better than the second game than it was in the first. Oh, you're up there. Yep, yep. All right. I've been stopping them this whole time. Stop freaking out about it. It's fine. I'm dead. Now you freak out about it. Because now you're on your own. Oh, man. Okay. Where are we at? Oh, man, we are so far back. Okay, y'all need to calm down. This ain't no dart throwing contest. I am not a target. I'm out of hell. I'm out of healing items because you bumfuckets. Never mind. Okay, you. Also you. I think we're almost to the end. This is gross. Y'all are nasty. I keep doing that. I haven't stopped doing that. You would think by now I would have learned.
Looks like we reached the foundation pylons of the government sector.
So how do we get in there?
Straight ahead. We do have a giant drill.
You know I'm riding on top of this thing, right?
Hang on. Trying to connect my controller because my mouse is dying, but my controller's being dumb. There we go.
Well, we can compare bruises later. But at least we made it, right? And this is most definitely government sector. And I'm guessing that marker of yours is behind that huge door over there.
What gives you that idea?
Those things are gonna find a way up the hole we drilled. There's gotta be an elevator or something connecting these floors. I'm gonna try to make my way.
I don't know what gave her the idea that it's right through that door, but
I'll meet you halfway.
I have a feeling it's not right through that door. Knowing our luck, it's probably between like 3 other doors in that area.
Isaac, there's a gunship docked here.
What?
That's crazy.
Not that I can tell. Isaac, do you hear me? We're gonna make it out of here alive.
One of us is. It's too dangerous for you to stay here, Ellie.
What are you talking about? Just get your ass in here. I'm starting a system check now.
No. Nope, I have to finish what I started. Can't just leave. Alright. Oh, that's a wall unit. Okay. Feels weird having this back on controller again. Where am I supposed to go? That way. Oh, through the door that I blatantly ignored. All right.
Main power on. Auxiliary systems booting up. Isaac, what are you doing?
Closing hatch.
Hey, Isaac, what are you doing?
Gunship command override confirmed.
I think this one's better than the first game. The only thing that I have a complaint about is the anti-gravity sections, like the zero grav. Hold on.
It's your best chance, Ellie. You got life support, comms. Hey, gotta be rescued.
You bastard.
I need you to be rescued. I couldn't save Nicole, but I can save you, Ellie. So, bye.
The second game feels a lot scarier to me. Which, like, during the credits, I'll probably do a more in-depth thing about this.
Why? So I can let you go too? I can't do that, Nicole. I never wanted to let you go.
A lot happened that we never wanted. Isaac. Touch me.
Hey. Oh, okay.
That's a good idea.
Isaac, please. Make us whole.
I can't.
Yet.
I don't know what Providence protects you, Clark, but it ends here. I have 200 armed security personnel. Every entrance is covered. Even if you do get in, you won't get far.
That's what you think. I'm Isaac motherfucking Clark. At me. Anyway, so, alright. So, I think this is better than the first game. Like I said, the only problems that I have are with the zero gravity spaces. They're just not great. Now, mind you, I know what year this game came out, which I understand, but by that time, I feel like we probably would have touched on that at least a little bit. And I do feel this one's a little scarier. It's mood lighting and atmosphere, everything like the first 2/3 of the game, like up to where we're at, definitely felt more. I felt a lot more helpless than anything while playing. Now, it doesn't seem like it, obviously, again, because, you know, my face is funky. It's hard for me to express emotions, but, like, if we had a heart rate monitor, you would see that there's been plenty of times. Oh, okay, you just turn around. Bruh. Take your vomit somewhere else. Take your vomit somewhere else. They gave it to me anyway. Okay. Alright, this is charged enough to last. Isaac, no. Isaac, yes. I'll wait. Maybe. I've lost my patience.
Well done.
Don't. All right, listen. This is really starting to sound like a political campaign, and I don't want to keep running that. Okay, that's rude. Don't spit on me. Don't vomit on me. Take your vomit somewhere else. Pupper. Oh, shoot. Okay, 1 second. I gotta feed him. So, like, sometimes, much like myself, because I tend to forget to eat all the time, sometimes I forget that he, like, eats. And I'll look at the time and be like, oh, hey, that should have been done. Why was that not done? Don't you dare. Ow. He's... I mean, he's only like 10 minutes late. It's fine. I hate how hard it is to see those. If you don't have your light directly on them, you can't see them. Now you're gonna hear me start complaining about things. We've been on that train for about an hour and a half now. Okay, I'm gonna walk up here. Let's say most of the complaints that I have make sense. Like, I'm also wondering if they're just gonna keep coming and I need to just walk through the door. Get down. Jesus Christ. Persistent little bastard. Yeah, like, my complaints usually are warranted because I'll have gone through stuff and, like, I know I'm not great at games. I don't expect myself to be, and I hope nobody else expects me to be. Being bad at games is what makes me funny. But, no, like, the things that I complain about, usually it's because I'm aware of how things are designed and coded. I'm not saying I know more than the developers do. But, like, because obviously I don't know more than the developers do. The developers made the game, I didn't. But I can be an outside source, in my opinion. Oh, am I not supposed to I stood down! Why did you shoot me? I didn't move! I didn't move! You told me to stand down and I stopped moving. Make me. I claim this bathroom is sanctuary. You can't do shit. That was instant, yeah. Yeah, I don't have any heals. I just have the health that I have. Oh, we're gonna have fun with you guys. Hey, good sneaking. I'm just shining a flashlight through the window that leads directly to them. Also, I made so much fucking noise going through the vents. Oh. Oh, how unfortunate. The strong will live and the weak will die. How convenient that I had a horde behind me. Yes, no, maybe. Yes, how unfortunate for you. See, I can handle these guys. These guys ain't the problem. Okay, you, however, are a problem. And need to be... Oh, Jesus. No! I say that I can handle them and immediately start struggling to handle them. Oh, where'd you come from? Mildly unfortunate for you. Follow him in. To you too. Give me the box.
Isaac, where are you going?
Where do you think I'm going, bitch?
Well, that's why I'm here, Isaac.
To stop you. It's this way. Let me in. Let me in. Okay, I guess. Come on, sir. I need you. What clearance do I need? Ah, boy. Not one of you. Is it you? Are you the one that I need? Nope. You. Maybe it's you. Friend, are you the one that has clearance? Lars Nordstrom, again. How many Lars Nordstroms are there? There's like 3 of them here. What about you? How about you? Are you... You're also Lars Nordstrom? Wow. How convenient. Hey. It's enough. Okay, well, I gotta find Lars. Where'd all the bodies go? Yeah, I really don't know where I'm going. Can't go through there. Why? It says I have to be accompanied. Look, I can't get through if you don't tell me who I need to get. Hello? Game? This game is dumb. I'm not Lars Nordstrom. Oh, wait, am I looking for Lars Nordstrom? Is that what's going on here? Game, hello? Beep, 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 beep. Oop. Okay, well maybe we should check back here. Seems like the right thing to do, right? Like... Ah, okay. We need the sun chips. That's what it is. Okay, so I don't know what I need. These are all monsters, so... I don't know what I need to get in here. Yep. Oh, you're Lars. Excuse me, Lars. I just need... Yeah. I just need to get around you. Thanks, bud. They were hiding him amongst the dead bodies. Real sneaky game. Oh, that's promising. They're already dead. And you're gonna try and vomit. To that I say, get a bucket. Reload. No, you don't. No, you don't. Man, y'all are trying a little too hard. Making my job a little too not fun. No. No. Nope. Nope. Try all you want. Gotta get a couple more years of this nonsense in before you're better than me. Okay, let's loot the place now that we're doing good here. Wah. Wah. Okay. That's all. All she wrote. And bam. Hey, man. I missed, first of all, but how's it hanging? Seems like you don't exactly have the greatest head on your shoulders. There's no real way for me to upgrade that without it being... Okay. We'll do that. Grab that. And... That door's locked. Maybe we should go in the one that's blue. That says unlocked. It's a crazy notion, but I think it would work really well. Jeez, they're already infecting this place? This is crazy. All right, game. Ow. Don't vomit on me. No. Sorry, I got really quiet there because I got focused. Squish, 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 squish. Anyway. The fact that they took over this place as fast as they did is impressive. I heard you. I just didn't see you.
What is that? I can feel it in my head. We're getting closer, Isaac. The marker knows you're here.
I still don't know what to do.
When the time comes, you will.
Destroy it. Burn it. Ruin everything. I don't like that. Can I... Oh, it doesn't slow down at all. No! Really? I'm gonna stay right in your way and vomit at you, so you have to stop. Bad placement. Bad placement. Probably for good reason and good intent, but bad placement. The baby got me. Okay. Oh, man. Now this game is starting to become a joke. It was so good. It was doing so good. And then this. Put the babies away.
Crap. Looks like I have to dodge these lasers to make my way around the other side. This'll be fun.
I can make it, I can make it, I can make it. I made it. Okay. Not gonna make it. I made it. No. Take him back to daycare. Keep them there. Lock them up if you have to. All right, we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. It's fine. We're fine. I'm not fucking with those lasers yet. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah. I don't know whose emote that is, but that's gold. It is fine. I think I was supposed to do something else up there. Oh, yep. Pull it down, and we're good. Whatever just happened, it wasn't good. Oh, wow, okay. I hate that. Okay. Let's save. I don't even know what chapter I'm in. Am I still in chapter 12 or am I in chapter 13? Which one is it? 13. Okay, cool. We're almost done. I say almost. I can't use that. Dang it. Dang it. Oh, probably because there's no power. It's crazy. I hate these things so much. Are you serious? Come on, man. Where are you all coming from? Oh my God. Stop. Dude, okay. Too many. Too many. Ugh. Look, I already don't know what that noise is. I don't like it. But to add on top of it, the amount of zombies that are here is insane. Like I said, you're gonna start hearing me complain now. Okay, I'm picking up the sense that I'm not supposed to stay in one place. Oh my God. It's too much. Okay. You know, I'm picking up a weird vibe in this room. Oh, great. Gotta love it. I'm out of ammo. Here he comes. Yep. Okay. Try it again. Go. That's done. I have no ammo and no health. Like, actually no health. This isn't ominous at all. When you beat the boss and only have 1 HP, but you got the legendary loot. I got my hat. And that's all that matters. The ding dang fucking text log. All right. Now we got health. What are we looking at? So I got 6 healings essentially. Almost 100 ammo for my standard gun and a little over 300 for my other. Okay. Let's just reload real quick. Bear with me. You know what? We'll upgrade this thing's speed. As if it needed any more buffs. This thing is so good. All right, we're gonna save. We're gonna do all the things that we need to do right now. We upgraded the fire rate of my my really powerful gun. My plasma cutter, I guess. But it's max damage and max capacity, so it's already dumb. We're just making it even more dumb. I was thinking about putting it on the stasis module, but I decided against it. That's a big monolith. That's a really big monolith.
They're all coming to the marker. Convergence is at hand.
I knew you were trouble from the start, but they told me you were necessary. That your mind was the purest.
Oh, no, dude. Dude, I'm fucked up. I don't know what you're talking about. My brain is shit. Well,
What it was made to do. Isaac, you have to make us whole.
I just see him floating up out of this, off the ground. Everything is bad. The story. I don't even know what I was trying to do there. I guess technically this is Everything is Bad, the sequel. It's offline, let me in. Alright. I'm pressing the buttons, but okay. It's offline. I need it to be online. What do I need to do to make it online? My God. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing here. It says go to the middle, but there's nothing to indicate anything happening there. Unless I'm supposed to, like, from the outside move it, but it's not working. Locked. I don't know. Not letting me do anything. Like I said, if I press B, it says go in there. Nothing. Why? Why did it give me that option now?
The machine activates the parts of our brain where the marker codes are stored. How does that threaten the marker?
You're dead.
Yes. Are you ready?
This is gonna hurt, isn't it?
Step inside.
What if I don't? What if I just go the other way? Can I just leave?
Step 1.
That'd be...
Crawl inside. Step 2. The screws go tight. All around. Cross my heart and hope to die. Stick a needle in your eye.
Isaac, you need to calm down, bud. I missed it. Yeah, I missed it. I missed it because he moved just at the very end. Yep. This is the kind of stuff that I've dealt with this entire gameplay. But yeah, I saw it like right there as I went to go finish that. He moved his iris just too fast.
Stick a needle in your eye.
There we go. Ooh. Ow. And he's completely conscious for that. Ah ha ha. Oh. Oh. Oh.
Where are you?
Follow the light, Isaac. I'll be waiting for you at the marker.
You know, I've been told not to follow the light. For the record, that was very, very bright on my end. No. Oh, you're like him. Okay. Okay, dude. Okay, while you're doing that, yeah. And we all remember him. I know y'all do. At least y'all know what I mean when I say him. Okay. Okay. He's either gonna come bursting through there, or he's gonna show up around here somewhere. Okay. Marker thermal vent conduits. Let's go. I feel like if I don't move fast enough, he's gonna catch up with me. Speaking of, you with me. Ow. Spitters. Man. Alright. Marker access. Here we go. Dude, what is your damage? Okay. All right, just move. Open the door. Thank you. How much health do I have? 2. Great. Great, great, great. Oh God, one of these things. Get off of me. Come on, man. Dude, how many of these things are there? That's excessive. Yeah, let's try this again. Alright, you need to chill. No, damn it. Ah. Okay. Alright, alright. How did I die? I didn't even touch anything. Alright. Game. Okay. Ow. Could you not? Dude. Oh my god. Okay. I'm out of healing again. Also out of ammo for that gun.
I'll never see you.
Isaac, stop it. There's no other way. You have to do this.
Well. Definitely have one. Leads to nothing. Great. We love that. I wasted a power node for nothing. Okay. I'd like to get more HP. So that's gonna be my push. Probably a dumb decision, but okay. Not that my health seems to be doing me much good.
This is it, Isaac. Convergence is almost here. Meet me at the marker.
Okay. Are we in chapter 14? If so, when did we get here? Yeah, we're in chapter 14. Okay. Yeah, suck it up. Let her go. It's been 3 years, Isaac. Die already! Jesus! God! Buddy felt like no problem. You, though. You took 15 shots and a hand grenade. How about you just don't? I don't have time for you, sir. Oh my God. He's gonna come bursting out of that one any second now. Yep, there he is. Later, nerd. Okay, just keep going. Just keep going. Okay, y'all can stop spawning in at any time. Seriously. Getting sick of this shit. Yeah, just keep doing that. Okay. Go. Okay. I call chapter 14, Run to the Monolith. Can you stop for 2 fucking seconds? I swear to God, you are a waste of space. Jesus Christ. What was I supposed to do? I did all that work just to get killed. Not die. Thanks. Break his arm. Yeah, there you go. Do it. Good. He deserved it. I won't let you ruin all this research, all that I've done, that I'm killing all of the people that are here. Politics. I feel like I'm getting the bad ending. Maybe?
Thank you, Isaac. Now, time to die.
What?
I'm just gonna start mashing E just in case. Oh.
Yours is the last body we need to be reborn. The Makers must be absorbed.
The Makers? You mean me? But Strauss said we can destroy the marker.
Not if we consume you first.
God damn it, I trusted you. Fuck you. Fuck your marker.
Fuck you and fuck your marker. Oh, I can't get away from this. Okay. Yeah, I can't get away from it. Okay. Yeah, they just tear you apart. Okay. I don't know if there's different endings for this. I made a guess. So the Nicole that we've been helping, to kind of summarize, Nicole we've been helping is, not actually Nicole. She's been dead for quite some time. We've known that since the end of the first game. But the marker is using her to get to Isaac. Thanks. Hate it. Oh, okay. Great. We love that. So we can't let her touch us. Otherwise, it's an instant death. So that's fun. This is why these streams are rated for mature audiences. Okay, can we stop this, please? Dude, come on! This is getting to be a little too much. Doesn't make any fucking sense. Stop. Dude, I've been collecting the... I've been collecting the ammo that I've been getting from these things. Why am I not saving any of it? It makes no sense. You're just out of ammo. This is gonna be just a shit fest. This is great. I love it. Oh God, if I know. I don't remember. Lance, what? Yeah. It's not that Isaac is being useless, it's that they didn't give me any indication that this was going to happen, like, in Chapter 14, because we still have Chapter 15, and they've given me so much useless garbage, and so many things that I have to go up against, that it feels damn near impossible. Shut up, you stupid bitch. I literally have no way of healing. There's just no way. I don't have any healing items, and it doesn't give me any. It doesn't drop any. It just drops ammo. I'm about to reload for my last save, which is much further back than this, just so I can try and have some kind of healing items. And it doesn't help that they just keep getting more and like they just keep spawning in. I don't have an opportunity to do what I need to do because there's so fucking many of them. Ah! Bad game design. Do better. Nope, there it is. God damn it. I'm gonna give this one more try, and if I don't get it, I'm reloading from the last save. Okay, so there is a limited amount of those. Okay, she's always within reach. Oh shit, okay. There we go. Oh my god. That sounds like frustration because it is. And I'm probably going to vent that later. Alright, bitch. Wow, wow, wow. Why are you just standing here? Hello? Yeah, that's what I'm doing, bud. You know, after all of that, I would accept the fact that you would just sit there and, like, let everything just fall and destroy everything. What?
Was this your great plan? Dump me off and die?
How convenient.
Another one. I'm crashing through the roof to get you. Now move your ass.
Wait, no, Ellie, it's too late. Stay clear of the station.
Yeah, well, you don't really have a say this time. Heads up.
I was ready, man. I was just ready to accept it. Like, you know, if we don't ever get to the third game, that's fine. Like, this is a fantastic ending for the series. Like, leave it at that. Oh boy, man's got new hope. That was a good tease there, though, game. Like, making us think that that was the actual ending, and then, surprise, because the credits were starting to fucking roll. I don't think I started swearing, like, really heavily until the second half of the stream. He was waiting for her to jump scare him. That's a throwback to the first one. Whew. Alright, guys, well. That's the second game. Oh, I think I am allowed the frustration. So, real quick while this is going on, let's talk about this. We're gonna get to the ending at the end of this. So this is the analysis part of this. So, complaints. I understand that I'm on survivalist mode. There are 2 modes above this, I'm pretty sure. Because I know there was hard and I think there's like master mode or whatever there is. Survivalist mode was stupid difficult. And the only reason I say it was stupid difficult was right at the end. Had nothing to do with the beginning. The beginning was easy. It was cake. I mean, aside from my tangent about being low on ammo. It happens. But the fact, one, that there was literally nothing that benefited the game from the zero gravity sections. It was cool, yeah, but did it work well? No. It was a great idea on paper. It was a good concept, not well done. It's better than the first one where you had to like jump from point to point. It's better than that. I'll give them that point. But right at the end, I get that it's the ending and there's a last hurrah, but there is no reason at all for the amount of monsters that are there. And to tag on to it, at that very last chapter, the one that kept chasing us, that was basically like the monster from the first game, that was a boss. It kept following. It didn't leave you alone. You had to do things while throwing stasis at it and making sure that you had stasis stuff. And stasis had a lot more to play into this game, which, don't get me wrong, is a great thing. But the amount that you had to put into stasis, I brute forced my way through the game. Basically, I didn't start really using stasis until about halfway through the game. And the only reason I started using it was because that was the only way I could get monsters to leave me alone. But yeah, too many monsters, too reliant on gimmicks. Games in general happens. And the story, not bad. Not bad. I like the story. Makes sense. First game ends, you leave on a ship and you fall unconscious because Nicole jump scares you at the end, knocking you unconscious. You wake up 3 years later after a coma in a hospital, where all of a sudden this is all happening again because they found all the stuff and they found the ship that you were on, took everything that was there, and basically redid everything. Makes sense. And, I mean, obviously they're wiping your brain, having you build all of that from memory because you were there. You saw it. You experienced it. Great. Beautiful. Love the story. Story's great. It's amazing. That's what makes me worried about the third point. Yeah. Good plot. Fantastic. The ending. The ending makes sense. Knowing that there's a third game, the ending makes sense. But that last fight was the worst excuse for a final boss fight I've ever seen. Only reason, the ads. If you had gotten rid of the ads and left it up to just a brute force battle with you and whatever that thing was throwing stuff at you, you had to dodge, you had to like dodge, you had to, I'm trying to think, like if they used the zero gravity idea and you had to dodge things, use things as shields, and like use your environment to fight that boss, that would have been great. Would have been great. But they chose that. And they just throw ads at you like 15, 16 at a time. It was kind of ridiculous. I'll give them that. It wasn't great. But the ending makes sense. And it makes me want to know what's going to happen in the third game, even though I've heard a lot of mixed reviews. Again, as I said earlier, my frustration is warranted. But I also played on a harder difficulty than last time. So, and when I say last time, I mean the first game. I played on a harder difficulty. I'm worried about the third game. I'm really worried about the third game. All things considered, again, I've heard bad reviews from friends. I've seen not fantastic reviews online, which obviously that's every game. But I've also had people tell me that it's okay. It's like, it's a multiplayer oriented game. Like it's co-op oriented and the puzzles are doable with one person. And I'm like, I think so. I think it's a trilogy. Because I don't know about a fourth one. And they're remaking the first one, so who's to say they won't go and redo them all and then add a fourth one? Who knows? But there were, overall, at the end of the day, Yeah, they're remaking the first one with I'll have to you'll have to look it up. It's nuts. Overall, I would give this game probably a 6 or 7 out of 10, because though there were several things that made me mad and there were several things that I thought were dumb or it could have been better, it's a video game at the end of the day. And it did what we asked of it, frankly. I didn't see really any bugs. It was very well polished. And overall, the atmosphere was fantastic for the first part of the game because it made you feel helpless. You like you only had your one weapon. Before you had your weapon, you had your kinesis and stasis that you had to acquire, and even then you were still like essentially helpless until you got your second weapon and you got some upgrades and you got your suit, and you were it was fantastic. It was fantastic setting. It was good. They just dropped the ball at the end. It happens. You know, stories run dry, you run out of ideas, things, maybe you make a bad decision with it. It's whatever. Like I said, 6 or 7 out of 10. Story's good. Gameplay is good. Few things to complain about. Only a few, though. Few things I think could have done better. Absolutely. I know I'm reiterating. I kept losing my place with my explanation. Sound design, wonderful. Did a great job. And I'm still in awe that they hired a whole team for psychological horror and did studies before they made this, because that team gave them such good information, I feel, that the game really shines in that aspect. The series itself so far shines in that aspect. Psychological horror to the max. And I don't think they could have picked a better team to do that. So, I don't think we're going to delve into the third one today. We still have essentially a week left. And I think we can get Dead Space 3 done in a week. That's my at the time of this stream, because obviously this is also going to get posted to YouTube and wherever. At the time of this stream, probably tomorrow. We have a week left of the month, and I think we can do it. So, with this, I think no, I'm not gonna try the hardest difficulty. Absolutely not. Hold on 1 second and let me see what we got going on here. I think yeah. Okay, I've heard a lot about this game, and I think what we're gonna do is we're going to go ahead and the music's going to stop here because I just tabbed out. We are going to raid Serious Creeper. He's playing Scorn. And it's essentially from what I've seen, it's a very, very gory monster game. I haven't seen a lot, but I've seen a little bit of it. It looks really neat, really cool, really gross. And I think it'll be fantastic to move on from here. So, with that, I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful time zone. Say hi to Sirius for me. And yeah, I'll see you guys next time.